And we're live. Hey guys, welcome. I know I haven't been streaming for the longest. My apologies. Just life happened. I had some issues that I needed to take care of, and I just couldn't do it anymore. But we're back. But now we're gonna do something different. I've been thinking about life in general, and I'm gonna change my career, man. I'm gonna become a software engineer. That's what I want to do. So I never coded before. I did a little bit in college, but it's been forever, like just for like a week or two. So yeah, so we're gonna learn how to code. I've been coding for like 2 months on my own after work. I've been doing like 1-2 hours a day, like 3 or 4 days a week. So we're improving. That's the least that I could say. But it's still gonna be a long journey. But I wanted to stream so that I could also motivate myself, because it's different, right? Like I could just practice at home, but if I don't have someone to talk to or share my experiences, then it kind of becomes boring in a way that I just don't feel like. I don't know. I just don't feel as motivated. So when I used to stream, like especially gaming, right? A lot of the times I didn't want to game for the day, but just the fact that I wanted to stream, like it would give me like energy, motivation to do it. So I thought that I could do the same thing as coding. I could just, hopefully build a community, and then I could just come talk to you guys, practice, document my journey to become a software engineer. Maybe in a year, 2 years, I actually get a job. I don't know. Maybe once I learn a little bit more, we're gonna start building things together. Web apps, I don't know, why not? We'll do a bunch of things. So I don't know, just excited overall. So I be doing Code Academy. Here, I'll go to my home. So I'm doing Code Academy, right? So I pay for a subscription. I think it's like $300 a year. But like this thing is insane, man. Like they have courses for absolutely everything that you want. Like if you want to explore, like this thing is just insane, man. I love it, dude. It's just amazing. You got AI, Python, HTML, CSS. Yeah, I think the music might be a little bit too loud. Yeah, so they got a career path for data scientist, full stack engineer. That's the one that I'm doing right now. I'm doing a full stack engineer. That's a career path. So it has 51 courses. Pretty much like beginner friendly. 162 lessons. They also have like courses if you don't want to do like none of the career paths and you don't want to pay. Like, you can pretty much learn without paying, but I like this one because it's more like a structure. It already has like a system where you can learn, so I kind of like that. To be honest. I want someone to tell me what I should learn. I don't know. I need some direction though. Even though I'm definitely not going back to college to learn how to code. That's for sure. I'm not doing that right now. I'm too old for that, man. I got responsibilities. I gotta pay bills. I could have done that way before. No, I cannot do it, man. Like, even when I think about it, like, I don't know. I think it's just gonna be a waste of money and time, to be honest. When I can just learn at home, dude. Just gotta apply myself. Like, yeah, I don't know. Why? Hold on, dude. I got a message. Hold on, guys. I'm trying to change my. Oh, I see it. Okay. So, yeah. So we're doing the career path and code. My bad. I got a text message. I had to answer. So it's about work, so I cannot just ignore it. So, yeah. So right now we're doing the full stack engineer. Like at first I started doing a computer science, which is in Python. I did like intro to programming. I did a little bit of data structures, algorithms, and I even did a little bit of lead code, like easy problems. But I talked to my friend and he was like, It's like, if you want to get a job, it might be easier to become a web developer to get a job. So that's why I'm doing some JavaScript, and I just didn't want to do like front end though, because I think I'll enjoy more back end, but it'd probably be easier to start on front end. So I'm doing full stack, man. Screw it. It's gonna take me way longer, but it's gonna happen. It's just it is what it is, man. All right, let's get to it. I'm excited. So I've been doing some. I've been practicing, right? Of course. So I'm now gonna do this project though. So it says challenge project, credit card checker, right? Overview. This project is slightly different than others you have encountered thus far on Code Academy. Instead of a step-by-step tutorial, blah blah blah. Yeah, whatever. Project goals. The company that you work for suspects that credit card distributors have been mailing out cards that have invalid numbers. As you can see, I'm suck at reading. That's one of my worst skills. Because like English is not my first language, so like I mean even Spanish, right? That is my first language. Like I suck at reading, dude. Like holy, cannot believe I got this far. I cannot believe I got a degree without knowing how to read properly. All right, in this project you have the role of a clerk who checks if credit cards are valid. Okay. Every other clerk currently check using pencil and paper, but you will be optimizing the verification process using your knowledge of functions and loops to handle multiple credit cards at a time. Unlike the other clerks, you can spend the rest of your time relaxing. Okay, I like that. As you progress through the steps, use the terminal and console.log statements to check the output of your loops and functions. Okay, so we're coding on JavaScript like this. We're just doing this is they call it part 2, so it's like medium level. But I mean, this is just like very basic JavaScript, just like enough for me to be able to maybe do some web apps in the future, though. Nothing too fancy. We're not getting like super deep in JavaScript. Okay, let's start. Okay. In order to complete this project, you should have completed the first few sections of Introduction to JavaScript. Okay. Project requirements. Look over the story code. There are 15 arrays that each contain the digits of separate credit card numbers. They all have prefixes to reflect their status. Variables that start with valid contain a valid number, whereas invalid do not, and mystery variables can be either. There's also a batch array that stores all the provided credit cards in a single array. You'll use these arrays later to check if your functions are working properly. Okay, let's look at it. So those are the arrays that we have. Here, let me make this a little bit bigger. Maybe get the whole array on screen. Okay. So those are the valid ones. So we know those are valid. Those are the invalid. They all have like not the same amount of items in the array. And those are can be either the mystery ones and the batch. An array of all the arrays above. Okay, so this is like a nested array. Is that what they call it? Like I said, I'm a complete noob, dude. I don't know shit, man. Like I'm just learning. Okay. So we look at the arrays. It says create a function valid cred that has a parameter of an array. The purpose is to return true when an array contains digits of a valid credit card number and false when it's invalid. This function should not mutate the values of the original array. Holy. I'm already nervous because I don't know how to do this. To find out if a credit card is valid or not, use the an algorithm. Generally speaking, an algorithm is a series of steps to solve a problem. What is this? It says 7 times 2 digits. Oh, wow. Holy man. I don't know. What the heck, dude? How did it go from like regular JavaScript to this? Starting the farthest digits to the right, aka to check digit array through the left. Every other digit is double. This one might be a bit too challenging for me, dude. I'm not gonna lie. To find if a credit card number is valid or not, use the one algorithm. Like, okay, let's look at it. So mod 10, IBM, blah blah blah. So that's just mod of 10, like 14, it's 9, 18, 9. I'm confused. Okay, a pseudocode implementation, right? What is this? Is that Go or what? Okay. Starting from the farthest digit to the right. Okay. So let's look at one of the values. So we start on the farthest to the right, and then we move to the left. As you iterate to the left, every other digit is double. The check digit is not double if the number is greater than 9. After doubling, subtract 9 from its value. I'm fucking confused, man. Here's a visual that outlines the steps. Okay, let's just read it. As you iterate through the left, every other digit is double. To check the digit is not double, if the number is greater than 9, after doubling, subtract 9 from its value. Okay, so you move 5. Yeah, I don't know. If the sum mod 10 is 0, if the sum divided by 10 has a remainder of 0, then the number is valid, otherwise it's invalid. Okay, starting from the farthest digit to the right, aka the check digit, iterate through the left. Okay, numbers in array, that's 8. What? So 9 times 2, 18 minus 9 is 9. 7. 5 times 2 minus 9. To 1. Okay, I'm kind of confused. Yo, what up, General Kaizen? We trying this problem, dude, but I don't know, man. Might be a bit too much for me. It says, I don't know, just another sense. So you have a numbers in array, right? Okay, so it says, starting from the farthest digit to the right, aka the check digit, iterate through the left. As you iterate to the left, every other digit is double. The check digit is not double if the number is greater than 9. The check digit is not double if the number is greater than 9. Okay. So this one is 8, right? So if the number is greater than 9, after doubling, subtract 9 from its value. Okay, so this one 8. So this one is 9. If it's greater than 9, it says if the number is greater than 9, after doubling, subtract. Okay, so I doubled it, right? So 7. Oh no, dude, what the fuck? Okay, I get it. Starting from, as you iterate to the left, every other digit is double. The check digit is not double. If the number is greater than 9, after doubling, subtract 9 from its value. So you start at 8. So that's 8. So 9 times 2, that's 18 minus 9, 9. Why is the 7 stays like that? And then 5 times 2. How come we didn't double the 7 though? Are we just doubling? Okay, so we start, then we double, then we skip, double, skip. Okay, I might see a pattern, but I don't know. Okay, so we doubled, so we multiply 9 times 2, which is greater than 9, so we subtract 9. Then this one is just a 7, and then we get a 5 we multiply 5 times 2, which is 10. And then on this rule says, oh, then it says here, if the number is greater than 9 after doubling, subtract 9. So we multiply 5 times 2, which is 10. 10 is greater than 9, so we gotta subtract 9, so we get a 1. We skip this, so we put a 0, and then 7 times 2, 14. Definitely greater than 9, so we subtract 9, so we get a 5, 7. 8 times 2, 16. Minus 9, 7. Okay, I think I got it though. So first the first number on the left, we just pass it straight to the array. We don't have to do any computations. Then we move to the left. We multiply times 2, and if it's greater than 9, we subtract 9 from it. And then we move to the left again, but we move to the left again. So we have 5 times 2, which is 10, which is greater than 9, so we subtract 9 is 1. Okay, then we add them together. Once we finish with the array, we add them all together. We get the sum, and then we do whatever sum it is, we do mod of 10, and if it's 0, then the credit card is valid. Okay. Let's just read it to see if okay, so it says here though, as you iterate to the left, every other digit is double. See, that's the part that we were confused. It might look messy. So it says every other digit is double, so it means that we skip one, right? So we start with this one. We don't have to double it. We don't have to do anything. Then we move to the left. We double it. Subtract 9. Then we move to the left. We don't have to do anything with this one. Then we double it because it's every other. So it's just every other. So that's the key part. That's the thing that was getting me confused. And then you sum all the digits in credit card number. If the sum divided by 10 has a remainder of 0, then the number is valid. Okay. Alright. I think I got it. Create another function that has one parameter for a nested array of credit card numbers. Okay. So we gotta make... Sorry, I'm on a new keyboard, so I might suck at this. Find invalid cards. Holy man, why am I nervous here? Okay, create another function, find invalid cards that has one parameter for a nested array. Let's just call it nest array. I don't know. The role of find invalid cards is to check through the nested array for which numbers are invalid and return another nested array of invalid cards. Okay. So we're gonna get a nested array, which would be like this one, right? Like a nested array is an array within an array. Okay. Is to check through the nested array for which numbers are invalid and return another nested array of invalid cards. I mean, like, am I gonna be looking through every single array and then determine? Because it looks like they already gave me like valid and invalid. And then I got the mystery ones. Those are the ones that I have to sort, right? I mean, those are the ones that I need to find if they're valid or invalid. It's to check through the nested array for which numbers are invalid and return another nested array. Well, we gotta return an array though. Gotta return a new array. That's how much we know. Okay. So I get a nested array. So I need to go. I'm just gonna do like if it was Python. I for nested array. Because if I do it this way, like it's pretty much like I get the index, so I just gotta access. I like this one. It's like doing the enumerator on Python, dude. Because I don't want to set up like let id equal to 0, semicolon, blah blah blah. It's a lot of BS, and I like doing it this way. Let's get a hint. Loop through the nested array and use validated create function that you created before. What? Oh, I skipped one. I should have done this one. Okay, we might need some help on this one. Okay, create a function that has a parameter of an array. The purpose is to return true. Okay. When an array contains digits of a valid credit card and false. Been a minute, bro. Yo, what up, Pat? Yo, what up, man? Trying something different. We're trying to learn how to code, man. But honestly, I'm doing this project, but it might be a bit too much, man. Okay, to find out if a credit card is a valid or not, use the algorithm, generally speaking. Okay, so okay, let's go backwards, man. Okay, so we get an array, right? Let's look through the array. So for let I equal to 0, then we want to look through the size of the array. I less than array that length, because we want to look through the size of the array. Then we increase I++. Then we, oh yeah, but we want to move from left. Okay. So it could be something like, it can be like if yes, it could be like if array, if the array, then we access the item on the array. I know a little Python. Oh, nice, man. Yeah, I know a little bit of Python too, but I'm trying to learn JavaScript because I'm trying to make websites, man. I mean, I'm trying to do a project so I can get a job, you know. But I'm just starting to learn though. But this project is a little bit, I don't know, man. Didn't expect it to be like this. They're usually way easier on this freaking website, but it's okay. JavaScript is cool. I mean, all the web is built on freaking JavaScript, dude. All the okay. So we do that length. I got a new keyboard, so I'm like messing up. Okay, so this is like right now. This is I'm accessing the array, but I'm accessing the last item on the array because we want to start on the left, the farthest left. So that will be our array that length -1 is this item, is the last item. Then every time I want to move, well, I want to start at the farthest right, and then I want to move to the left every time. So as I loop through it, so I want to increase it by, I want to minus I there because I want to go to the left, and then I want to say if that is greater, Well, I access the item, the number, which I know it's a number. Then here we knew that we need to multiply times 2. Once we access the item, the number, we multiply times 2. Then we determine if the number is greater than 9. Then we have to subtract 9. I think we gotta look at this example because that one is a little bit weird. Because literally when you subtract this a 9. Okay, so we access 5, right? Then we multiply times 2, which is 10. And then and then 10 is greater than 9. So we gotta subtract 9 from it, which is a 1. So what we want to do here, it says if array that length, so this is the item on the array, and we want to multiply that times 2. I'm just gonna do another parenthesis because I don't know my math operators, so I don't want to mess it up. Okay, so that's array times 2. Then okay, if that is greater than, if the number is greater than 9, then I need to hold on there. So it says you're to the left, every other digit is double. It's not. If the number is greater than 9, after doubling, subtract 9 from it. Okay. If it's greater than 9. Okay, so this is checking if it's greater than 9. Then we have to subtract from the same item in the array. Dude, we have to subtract. Oh, I should have just copy and pasted. Equal to, how can I do this? Plus or minus or equal to 9? Because I want to subtract 9 from it. Yeah, that would work. Okay. Else we just don't do anything. But I don't think I need to do an else because I just keep. So I just want to check if this condition is true. Okay. Holy man, I'm sweating over here, dude. Okay. But now, I think we forgot this step though, that we do one and then we skip the other one. Because right now what we have is, right now the way that I wrote it is, we start at the left, then we multiply times 2, and then we subtract 9 if it's greater than 9. But we skip the part where it's like every other 2. So we don't do anything to this item. We move to the left, we do the multiplication, whatever. Then we move to the left, we don't do anything. So we gotta set up some logic so that we only do that to every other item. Alright, man. Yeah, I know, Patty. It might not be the content that you want to watch. Especially because I'm struggling over here and I don't know how to explain it, but it's all good, man. Okay, for I equal to 0, I data length. If, oh, I can do an end statement. Yeah, that'll be nice. Then we can do and so I can say, okay, so I want to start with this one. So for this item, I is gonna be equal to 0. So I can say it I'd mod 2 equal to, because I would check every other. What's hold on, let me check. I wonder what's print. What the heck? Why is my computer not working? What? Okay, I don't know, my computer kind of crashed. Let me open this thing. Is it working now? Oh, there you go. Jesus, man. I wonder what's zero mod 2. I wonder what that gives me. Let's just run it. I wonder what that is. So, is it 0? What? Okay, because it's 0. Let's see what that gives. Oh, it's in parentheses, dude. I'm tripping. Man, I tried like beam motions on my computer, dude. Like, I shouldn't have done that. Dude. Look, what? Okay, I'm struggling over here, dude. Like this thing is just acting so freaking weird, man. Okay, let's just write it again. Print. I want to check what. I want to check what that gives me, dude. Is it at 0? Is it 0? Okay. Okay, so I want that to be a 1. Then because I don't want to check for zeros. Okay, so this part of the logic is gonna do every other part, because we're doing an end statement. So for the first item, we're gonna do like 0 mod of 2, which is a 0. So this one is gonna be false for the farthest right. Then we increase I by 1. So 1 mod 2 is 1. So that's gonna be a true statement. So it's gonna run the if. So the if statement is gonna be true. Okay, this is good. This is good. Okay. So we completed this part. Then after we finish with the sum, after we finish with the for loop, we gotta add them together. So let sum equal to, well, we gotta add them together. Let sum equal to 0. Then every time we go through after the if statement, we wanna do sum plus or equal to sum. Is that how it works? Is it the same as Python? No, what am I doing? Sum is plus or equal to, just gonna copy this. It takes forever to type. Okay, I should add them together, then we return true. I don't want to return yet. Okay, so we have the sum here. So we add them together. Okay, we add them together here, right? Now we want to do mod of 10. Try another browser. No, it's working now. It's just it's because I installed it like an extension for some shortcuts. Like it adds some weird stuff to it. Yeah, man, it's just, I don't know, dude, I'm having a hard time. I should have done like an easier project. Okay, so we add them together. I mean, I can just do another for loop to add them, but let's add in more logic to it. I think I'm just gonna do it like that. So I add them together and I want to do mod of 10. Okay, so that's the for loop. We finish adding them together. Then after this one, we just say return sum mod of 10 could equal to 0. So if the sum mod of 10 is 0, then we return true, otherwise it's false. That's what we want. Okay. Can we test the function, dude? Validate. Validate cred. What's the... Do we have the array here on the example, dude, on the... Do we have the 4, 5, 3, 9, 6, 8? It's valid 1. Let's put a valid 1 here. Let's put a valid 1 here. Maybe let's log it and see what we get. It should be 0, dude, if we did it wrong, if we did it correct, which might not be the case because I'm a noob. Okay. I mean, let's run it, dude. We're gonna get a bunch of errors, dude. I can feel it. False. Should have been true, right? Should have been true. Is it the same array though? Yo, what's up, man? Okay, so that's 4, 5, 3, 9, 6. Okay, no, that's a different one. Let's do this one, dude. Let's just try it out. Literally just gonna write it. Test array equal to should be 4, 5, 3, 9. 4, 5, 3, 9, 6, 8, 9, 8, 8, 7, 7, 0, 5, 7, 9, 8. So that's 4, 5, 3, 9, 6, 8, 9, 8, 8. 7, 7, 0, 5, 7, 9, 8. Okay, so we test this array. We should get true for this one if we did it correct. Okay, let's run it. Array the length. Why do we get an error though? No, what am I doing, dude? Why did I change that? I get false, dude. I'm still doing it wrong, dude. Let's try only this one was fucking wild. How's jump in? I heard you got into coding. Yes, sir. Okay, why is it doing false though? Shit, that should have been true, right? Because at some mod of 10, it should be 0. Well, then we know those are valid credit cards though, so we should get true. Maybe let's console log this value, dude. Maybe let's log this and see what we get every time. And let's eliminate this thing. I don't want to log it twice, it might be confusing. Negative. Boy, why is it even negative though? Shit. Something weird is happening. Okay, so we get So we get -10, -11, -18. Okay, so first of all, we get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 items, right? And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So this shit is completely wrong. I don't know. It's doing something that we don't want. You know what? Let's see what number we're logging. -1, -2, -9. What? Oh, what am I doing, dude? -1, -I. Surprised that that thing even compiled, dude. So that's 0, -4, -2. Oh man, I don't know what the heck I did wrong, dude. Okay, let me see. Let's go chat GPT, dude. Let's get some AI help, dude. What? Should have been logged in, dude. What do you mean? Jesus Christ. Is this even possible in a fort? I don't even know how to ask, dude. If a raid times 2 greater than 9, require on both conditions. I mean, look, it's the same way that I wrote it, right? It says, certainly, the expression you provide is suitable for a for loop in JavaScript. It appears to be checking 2 conditions within the loop. This checks if the current element in the array, when multiplied by 2, is greater than 9. And then the second comparison is I mod of 2 is equal to 1. This checks if the current iteration index is an odd number. If both conditions are true, the body of the if statement will be executed. If the if statement is true. Okay. Print the values here. Motherfucker, why don't you print the freaking values, dude? Nah, whatever. Okay, well, let's think about this, dude. What am I doing, man? Just gotta learn how to freaking do it. Okay. So we're saying... Okay, so we know this is the last item, right? And we multiply times 2. Well, let's not even do this for now. I think this is what is messing up. Okay, so that's 9, 5, 7. That's okay. Oh yeah, it's kind of doing this. 9, 5, 7, 8, 9, 6. Why is it not doing the rest though? We have more items. See, like it's missing some items. So why does it stop there though? I don't understand. Why doesn't only it prints 9, 5, 7, 8, 9, 6? Why it doesn't print those two last even odd items? I mean, you should keep on doing it. Oh, I might know why not, dude. I'm a dumbass. Because they're not greater than 9. Okay. Okay, it doesn't print the last values because it's not greater than 9, dude. See, like, it prints 9. It prints 9. It prints 5, 7, 8, 9, and 6. Because I add in the logic if it's greater than 9. Okay, dude. Okay, so I for sure want to. Okay, once I have that, no, I don't want. What am I doing, dude? I just want to say. When it's equal to 9. Because I just want to subtract 9 from it. Why does it do that? 0, -4. Okay. Okay, so I know this is... Okay, I need to multiply that times 2. Okay. I don't know, the new number. Might be making it more complicated, but I do better when I have more variables. So the new number. I don't want to do that because it's gonna get weird though. Okay, so I'm doing the right if statement. I'm checking for these conditions. So now I just gotta subtract 9 from it. And then put it back into the array. Times 2 equal to... No, okay, I think I got it. So that should be this beautiful thing, dude. Times 2 minus 9. So we have 9, 1, 5, 7, 9. Woo! Let's get it, baby. Let's get it. Okay, now let's see what happens. Now let's console log it. Let's print it, man. I like print sting. I like print better than freaking console log, dude. I think it's annoying. False should be true, my man. I'm gonna print the sum, dude, maybe. We get 8, 9, 17. 24, 25. So the final sum is 93 though. Should be 100. Okay, we're just adding. I'm sweating over here, dude. I'm freaking sweating, my man. I just don't know why I'm adding wrong though. Okay, so here we know up to this point is correct, right? We changed the values. Now we put everything in the array. You know what? Why don't we just make it easier for ourselves? Let's look what's inside the array. Let's just console log the new array. I mean the array. Yeah, as you guys can see, I'm a freaking noob, that I'm just learning how to code. Okay, so this is what we have in the array now. And we have 8, 9, 7, 1, 0, 5, 7, 7, 8, 9, 8, 3, 9. Oh, because I'm not multiplying those values. Oh, so I do gotta do it. So I do have to set up an else if statement, because even though I don't subtract 9 from those two items, see how it's like. Yeah. Because I have 3 and 4. Okay, let's do an else if statement then. Maybe we copy this again. Okay, because we do want to multiply times 2 anyways. We still want to multiply times 2, but we don't want to subtract 9 though. So what we want to say is else if, well, it doesn't have to be great. If it's less than or equal to 9, that's then we just say, we just do this again. But now this time we don't have to we don't have to subtract 9. We just multiply times 2. Okay, I mean let's. If array. Can I do an else if statement? It says, why is it pointing at this? So it's a 9. What? Can you even do it? What is an else if statement on JavaScript? I'm looking for an else if statement, dude. Yeah, that's an else if. Why is it giving me an error though? Okay. We need an extra parenthesis here. We need an extra parenthesis, my man. Okay, now let's check the array. Okay. So that's 8, 9, 7, 1, 0, 5, 7, 7, 8, 9, 8, 3, 9, 6, 8. Okay. Let's get it, baby. I think we got it. Okay, that should print true. Yep, that's a true statement. Okay. Nice. Now let's put one of the the invalid one. Let's do invalid one just to make sure. Invalid one. Wait, why is it printing true? The invalid one should be. What? That's an invalid credit card though. God damn it. Okay, well it works for the valid ones, but somehow like it's printing true for this. That should be false. Let's do valid too. I mean, let's do valid one. Okay, it prints true. Valid 2 prints true. Valid 3 prints true. Hello? What up, Marcos? How you doing, my man? We trying how to code, man. Trying to learn how to code. We freaking suck, dude. As you can see, we're like struggling hard over here, my man. Okay, so let's do valid 5. I mean, we get true, dude, but why is the invalid not working, dude? I might have to troubleshoot it. Okay, so the invalid one. Well, that's nice. I'm from Spain. Oh, nice, man. What time is it over there? It's kind of late, right? You're in EU? Like what? Like 1 in the morning? We got General Kaisen here from Germany too, dude. Well, let's. Okay, let's delete this. Yes, damn. That's good, man. That's good. 1 a.m. So what, man? You trying to learn how to code or what? Or are you just boring? You just wanted to see something live? Okay. Okay. This one prints. Let's do invalid one. That's 8, 5, 6. Okay. So that's 5, 9. I'm watching your streaming while I study calculus. Oh, nice, man. I used to like calculus, but yeah, I haven't done it in the longest, dude. It was fun though. Derivatives, integrals. It was nice. I'm glad I'm done with that though. Not gonna lie. Okay. And I just gotta. Okay, well let's do the test here. Shit is weird as fuck. This problem is weird, man. It's like more. Well, it's not weird. It's just that I don't know what I'm doing. Never done something like this before, so it's weird though. It's like I'm going through an array, and I gotta compare the numbers, and like whatever logic behind it is weird though. Cause look, that's what the problem says, right? You start on the farthest right, and then you do every other. So the farthest right, you don't do anything, right? You just pass the number as it is. So this is the numbers that you get, and then this is the number that you transform or whatever. So you start at the farthest right, just pass it straight, whatever number it is. Well, yeah, you just pass it as it is. Then you move 1 to the left. So when you move 1 to the left, then you gotta multiply times 2, and whatever value you get, if that number is greater than 9, you gotta subtract 9 from it, and then add it to the array. So see here, like 9 times 2 is 18, then we subtract 9, so that's equal to 9. Then we move 1 to the left, then since it's every other, we just pass the number straight as it is. We don't have to do any computation to it. Then we move to the left again, which we gotta multiply times 2, which is 10, and 10 is greater than 9, so we got to we get to subtract 9 from it, so that's 1. So we got it to work, dude. Like look, we got it to work for that one, but like when we do the invalid ones, like I get it. I don't know. Fuck, man. I gotta do it by hand, though. Okay. So we start. So we go 4, 5. Let me just copy and paste it. What am I doing, dude? Okay. So we start at the left. We pass the number as it is. We multiply times 2. And we subtract 9. So that's 9, literally. 7 times 2, 4. No, we pass that one as it is. Then we do 1 times 2. Okay, that should be 2. Then we pass this one as it is. 0 times 2. Well, that one stays as it is. Okay. Okay, let's start again. So we're gonna do the we're gonna do it by hand though, because I don't know how to. I want to see where my code is messing up with this specific array though. Okay, so we pass this one as it is. Then this one we multiply times 2, subtract 9, so that's literally 9. Pass it as it is. Multiply these times 2, so we pass it 2. And then this one we pass it as it is. I mean, we gotta do some math, but it's 0, so it just stays 0. This one we pass it as it is. So this one is 7 times 2, 14 minus 9. That should be a 5. Pass it as it is. 8 times 2, 16 minus 9. That should be a 7. And then this one should be 14 minus 9. 14 minus 9. Dude, what am I? I'm having a hard time even doing math, dude. That's 14 minus 9. That should be 5. Pass it as it is. 3 times 2. That should be 6. And then 4 times 2. That should be 8. Okay. Now let's compare this array. So we get 5, 9, 7, 2. Okay. So now literally what I'm doing, dude. This is the array that I should get, right? This is the correct answer because I did it by hand. I did it by hand, right? And this is what I'm printing in the code once I put this array. So I want to compare why my answer is wrong. Like, okay, so I get 5, 9, 7, 2, 9, 0, 1, 5, 7, 7, 7, 5, 2, 6, 5, 8. The fuck? Literally printed the same shit, man. Why is it giving me true? Like it should be false. What? It's the same, dude. What's the sum of this? Okay, so I know it's doing the transformation that it needs to do, whatever. Like I'm doing some blog coding shit is oh, you're doing a yeah, those are cool, man. Those are good, man. This freaking project is just annoying, dude. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so what's the sum of this though? Let's print the sum, dude. Of course, dude, I'm a freaking dumbass. I never. Alright, Kaishin, I'm just dumb as fuck, dude. See how I have to add them together, dude, and then I divide it by 10? And then if the remainder is 0, then it's true, right? Well, guess what, my man? Never added them together, dude. never did the addition, dude. I skipped this whole step. That's why the logic is not. That's why it's not doing it right. Okay, so I need to add here, so that'll be sum plus or equal to it should be equal to this. Let's just print the sum too, just to make sure. That's a rookie mistake, my man. Prints 85. That's false. Let's get it, baby. Okay, so look, so they gave me like valid numbers, and they gave me invalid, right? Just to compare my code. So I enter. So I put in the function invalid one, which is this one. So it should be printing false, but it did. Let's try invalid 5. Let's see if it prints false as well. Yep. Let's try maybe valid 4, maybe this one. This one should return true because we know it's a valid number. Let's do valid 4. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm happy. Woo. Okay. All right, we finished the first part of the project, dude. Okay. Now it says create another function that has one parameter for a nested array of credit card numbers. Okay. Whew. Oh man. I'm sweating, dude. I don't know, I feel like I made it way too complicated, dude. I feel like I made it too complicated, my man. Okay. So this one says create another function, so let's just create the function, dude. I'm on a new keyboard, dude, and like I literally click where I'm not supposed to click. I keep pressing the wrong keys, dude. It's so annoying. Define invalid. Define invalid cards. That has one parameter for a nested array. So that should be nest array. Okay, if I remember right, a nested array is an array inside of an array. So it should be like this, right? Nest array should be something like we have an array, and then we have an array inside of an array. So it should be something like this. So we have the outer array, and then we have some arrays inside as elements. So we want to look what's inside of the nested array. We gotta loop through it twice. Okay, that's just for me, dude. So I can picture what I'm doing. Okay. Okay, the role is to check through the nested array for which numbers are invalid and return another nested array of invalid cards. Okay, I'm just gonna do if nest array equal to invalid. Then we want to add, right? We want to add it to the. I still gotta do like the whole logic to it, but time to sleep. Good night, bro. All right, my man. Good night. Good night. Thank you for joining, dude. Okay. So let's say new invalid array. Invalid array. Let's just initialize it. Let's just initialize the array. So I know if that is true, then I have to new invalid array. Then I gotta put the item inside to the new array if nested array. Okay, I'm just gonna do item for now. Then we push the item inside because we know. Okay. So we gotta do another for loop, dude. Alright, I gotta go pee. Be right back. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. Okay. Alright, just so you guys know, we're doing a we're using Code Academy. We pay for this like $300 for a full year, dude, membership, and I really like it, man. I'm doing like a full stack career path, so it's like 51 courses into this. You should teach me like the basics of HTML, CSS, JavaScript, front end, back end, and then some interview questions. So and right now we're on the second part of JavaScript. Like this is one of the final projects for it, so that's why it looks a little bit harder than usual, though. Like I'm surprised that it's not this hard, though. Like they usually give you like pretty basic stuff so you can practice. But yeah, I got hit with this. Okay, so we're on this. Create another function, find invalid cards. It has one parameter for a nested array of credit card numbers. The role of find invalid cards is to check through the nested array for which numbers are valid. Invalid, and return another nested array of invalid cards. Okay, so I might have an idea for now. Let I equal to 0. Let's just initialize the for loop, dude. So we do I less than nest array that length, because we want to loop through the size of the array. We do I plus plus. Dude, I don't like. I learned Python as my first language like a month ago, dude. So I'm used to not doing curly braces. Like it throws me off every single time, man. Okay, so we have a nested array, like we said. So the first for loop is gonna literally go through the first array. So every time we go through an element, we have to do another for loop to access the array. But so we gotta do another for loop, dude. So maybe say let j equal to 0, and we do I. How do I do this though? How many lines of code is for that exercise? I don't know, man. It doesn't tell you how many lines of code. I believe. Oh, I see. So it'll be like nest array index I that length, right? Because it will be the length of the element, which is another array. Oh, that should be J though. And we do J plus plus. Okay. So this if statement that we did should be somewhere in here. Okay. All right, let's think about this. So I have a nested array, so it's gonna be, and I have to determine if he's okay. If a nested array, I see. Well, I can use the function, right? The one that I just created, the validated cred, to determine if it's invalid or not. So I could say something like, what the heck? What happened? Okay. Did it delete anything? Okay, so I can say something like, in my if statement, I can say it if, what's the name of the function? Valid cred. If validate cred I don't even need to go. No, I don't even need to go twice into the array though, because I don't need to look at the elements of the array. Because I already have my function there. Okay, so I only have to loop through it once. Yeah. So double for loop is dumb. Yeah. Okay, so I can say if validate cred of the be nest array I, that'll be okay equal, because at that I want the invalid one, so I need it to be. So I can just say equal to false, right? Equal to false. Okay, so that, okay. Because I want to check what if they're invalid, right? And I created a function that throws me, well, that gives me like true if they're valid or false if they're invalid. So in this function, so in this if statement, I want to check if they're invalid. And if they're invalid, I want to add it to the new array. Okay, so new invalid array that push, because I want to append an array. I want to append an array. Or I want to push. I want to add whatever. The nest array. Alright. Okay. Well, I think that should do it. Yeah. Then we just return the nest, or I mean the new invalid array. And we just return that. Okay. I think we did it, dude. I think we got it. So it says loop through the nested array and use the validate cred function that you've created before to check if the number is valid. You also need another array to keep track of all the invalid credit card numbers. Okay. Man. Hold on, dude. I gotta send a text messages from work, dude. I cannot. Okay. All right. Yeah, so that should do it, right? Because I initialize a new array, which is going to contain all the invalid arrays. Then I loop through the nested array, and then every time I go through the element, I use my validate cred function to determine if it's false or true. We need a parenthesis here. And then if it gives us a false, which means that it's invalid, then we push it into the new invalid array. Okay. Alright. So now we're on part 5. We got 6, 7. Holy shit. Okay, it says after finding all the invalid credit card numbers, it is also necessary to identify the credit card companies that have possibly issued the faulty numbers. Create a function invalid card companies that has one parameter for a nested array of invalid numbers and returns an array of companies. Currently, there are 4 accepted companies with which each have unique first digits. The following table shows which digit is unique to which company. First digit 3, American Express, Visa, MasterCard, Discover. If the number doesn't start with any of the numbers listed, print out a message like company not found. The invalid card companies should return an array of companies that have mailed out cards with invalid numbers. The array should not contain duplicate, even if there are 2 invalid Visa cards. Should only appear once in the array. Okay, so I want to, now that I have the new invalid array, I want to check the first digit into each array to determine from which company it is. And I don't need to do duplicate, so I gotta check if it is already in the array, then don't need to add. Alright, that shouldn't be too hard, I hope. So we gotta do a function which is ID invalid card companies. Okay, so this one contains one parameter. Let's call it array. Okay. So okay, so we gotta call the find invalid cards function. We gotta call it. Okay, let new invalid array. I'm just gonna call it new invalid. Let new invalid equal to find invalid cards, and then we put the array as input. Okay, so this new invalid should contain the array of all the invalid credit cards. So we have that contains the array of the invalid cards. So now we want to check the first item of each invalid card to determine from which company it is. I guess I'm gonna do an if statement. So we gotta say if okay, we gotta do a for loop though, because we gotta go through every single element in the array to every single credit card. Okay, so let's do a for loop. Yo, Kaisen, you still there, man? Like, holy man, I'm sweating, dude. Too many strings. Dude, this thing is just weird, man. Like, what is this freaking problem, dude? I like it though. It's challenging, dude. Just maybe not the way that I wanted to start my streaming career, dude. Not with this problem, because it's like I'm not so good at talking to chat, dude, and like struggling with this. It's like my brain can only do one thing at a time. But we're getting there though. Okay, let's get back to it. So we gotta look through every credit card and check the first digit to determine from which company it is, and then return an array with the name of the companies that have like invalid credit cards. But I need to understand, to watch, to learn. Hey, that's how I started, man. I started watching a lot of people, but there's a big difference. I started watching people that are really good at this already. Like, watching me might be a little bit more confusing though, because I'm learning as I go too. But hey, I appreciate you, man. Okay. So now we want to check if new invalid. I want to check the credit card. It's equal to. Okay, let's check for American Express first, though. Okay, I want to check for American Express first. New invalid. Okay, lead company. Like, well, I'm just gonna do lead company. Invalid. That's how I'm gonna call the new array that I'm gonna return them. It's more interesting to watch someone who learns and learn with him. Yeah. I cannot disagree with that, dude. Okay, so I'm checking for American Express right now. Okay, so now if that's the case, then I need if new invalid equal to 3. But I only need to push it once. How can I? And how can I check if something is not in there though? How can I check if an item is not already in the array? I know there's an easy way. Well, because first of all, I cannot have duplicates, right? So this is gonna check if it starts with a 3 for American Express, which is fine for the first item. But say we find one credit card for American Express, then we loop through it again, then we don't want to have it duplicate, so we can say it and new invalid. Oh, no, but that's gonna check. Can I do something like this? New invalid in. No, and can I do something like this? New invalid. No, I don't think I can do this here, right? I know I can do something like that in Python, but I don't know if I can do it in JavaScript. Maybe I do another if statement, dude, where I check if not in. Okay, well, I'm gonna think about this, but I'm just gonna move through the logic and then I can determine that. So I can say it new. So I can say it. And company invalid, though that should be different. Company Invalid. Yeah, that doesn't look like I can do that in JavaScript though. Oh, it looks too easy to be a JavaScript thing, dude. Okay, so we said company invalid, that push freaking company invalid data push. Then we want to push, we just want to put Amex, right? We just want to put American Express. Okay, let's copy this in. And then we do else if, then else if it's a 4, then it's a visa. Then it's a visa. If it's 5, then that should be a MasterCard. That should be a MasterCard, dude. Oh man, that looks so weird, dude. I cannot believe that that's gonna let me do it, dude. I cannot accept it, man. That looks so freaking wrong, dude. It looks so freaking wrong, dude. But it should be, there should be a similar way though. And then we do else if, then it's a discovered. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT, dude, like if I can do something like that in JavaScript. Just be like, can I do something like this in JavaScript? Can I do this in JS? Oh, there's an include function, dude. Let's get it, baby. Not exactly the way that I wrote it, but yay! Let's get it. There's an includes function, dude. Okay. It says in JavaScript that not in syntax is not valid. Instead, you can use that includes method to check if an element is present in an array. Let's go. You gotta love ChatGPT, dude. Okay. And company invalid, that includes Amex. Okay. Let's copy and paste this. Does it look the same as ChatGPT though? It says company invalid, that includes, yeah, yes sir. Okay, so now let's go replace all of these bad boys, dude. And that will be it's a piece MasterCard, dude. Let's get it. I hate credit cards, by the way. They're the devil, man. They're the freaking devil, dude. Discover. Okay. I'm gonna do the semicolon to. Okay, so we're gonna loop through every single one of them, and then we're gonna determine if it's American Express, Visa, MasterCard, Discover, and that. Then we're gonna check that we don't get no duplicates. And this ensures that we don't get duplicates, right? Yeah, using includes duplicates. Method checks whether a specific is already present. If the element is found, it returns true, otherwise it returns false. It's added only if it is not already present. Let's get it. Okay, I love ChatGPT. Okay, so it seems like we took care of this part though. Great work. To compare your project to our sample solution code. You can also learn how to host your own solution on GitHub so you can share it with other learners. Your solution might look different from ours, that's okay. There are multiple ways to solve these projects and you'll learn seeing others' code. Though what I want to check is if it works or not. The fuck you mean? Man, I wanted to test my solution, dude. Man, I might be able to put the batch in there, dude, and then... Wait, let me try it. I'm just gonna put some of the, I'm just gonna put invalid1, invalid2, invalid3. Because my function should be able to determine, that should be able to, okay, it might work. Let's call this function ID invalid cards, that's called B1. Okay, so that's called ID invalid card companies, and then we created a new array called B1. So that should give me like if it's AMX, Bs or whatever. Well, I gotta return, right? I didn't return it. Gotta return. Gotta return the company invalid array. So I'm gonna print it. The fuck? Okay, something really weird happened here. What in the heck? I don't even know what I did there. Ah, Jesus Christ. Find invalid cards. Okay, hold on. Let me try something different. Find valid cards. Then we put in this nested array. Just put in batch. And that should, because if I put in invalid cards, then that, I'm looking at this function that should give me an array with all the invalid ones, right? So literally it should be invalid 1 through 5 and then a few of the mystery ones. Let's console log it. Okay, so we got some arrays. Let's just so the 6. Okay, we should have the invalid ones here, because we go invalid 1, invalid 2. So we have A94. Where the frick is A94? Yeah, I'm doing something completely wrong, dude. Shit. I don't wanna print anything for now. Validated card. What are this? So 856. 856257 9. That should be a 5. Well, let's make it easier. Let's give it just invalid 1. Let's just give it invalid 1 and invalid 2. Invalid 1 and invalid 2. Why though? Why is it doing the transformation of this, dude? Why is it doing like the whole math shit on this? Okay, I gotta think about this, because he's doing like the whole addition thing, dude. Okay, we're putting invalid 1 and invalid 2 into this. So I'm literally pushing those two arrays into the function. I should have tested this. So that's 5, 9, 7. Yeah, see, it's like doing the whole transformation for step 1, even though it shouldn't. Because when we're here, we said we have new invalid array, and we looped through the array, and then we said if validate cred nest array equal to false, we push. But why though? Why is it doing the whole addition though? Let me console log it, dude. Nest array id. So that's 453277. I don't understand, dude. Somehow it transforms the whole array, dude. Is it because I'm calling it into this function, dude? Like, is that changing my nested array? Is that transforming the whole thing? And then, because when I push it, then it gets transformed, dude. Because I have 4, 5, 3, 5, 7, 9, 5, 5. So those are the two that I won. it's definitely doing it, but I don't understand how. Damn, man. Yeah, dude, I don't understand why it's like mutating my array, dude. It's like not mutating. Well, I don't know. It just modifies the original array that I want to push. It has to do because I'm calling the function. I'm pretty sure. Screw it, dude. I'm gonna get around it. I don't have time to solve this shit, so I'm just gonna do a quick shortcut. The fuck? No. Well, like, it makes no sense, man. Oh, God. I don't understand, dude. It's... Oh, dude, what the heck? See, it, literally... I mean, because it calls this function, right? And then he changes the whole array. And that's the array that I'm returning, but I don't want to do that. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT, dude. No, what the fuck? Bro, just wait. I mean, because that should only return if it's true or not. But why the fuck does it transform the whole array, dude? Literally, all I'm returning, dude, is just if it's false or true. That's all I am returning, dude. Why is it modifying the array? Okay, so it said, I see that you're modifying array inside the validate create function. Specifically, you're changing the values in array based on certain conditions. This can lead to unexpected behavior if array is being used elsewhere in your code. Let me explain further. In JavaScript, arrays are passed by reference, meaning that if you modify an array inside a function, it would affect the original array outside the function. Here's a part of your validate that modifies the array. If you want to avoid modifying the original array, you should create a copy of it inside to perform the modifications on the copy. Here's an example. Okay. Alright, we just got it. Okay. Freaking JavaScript, dude. Motherfucking JavaScript, dude. Okay. So we are modifying. So we want to call this. No, we just want to let this be array to make everything simple, and then we call this array original. So that creates a copy of the array. Okay. There you go, dude. Whew. Love ChatGPT, dude. Motherfucking shit, dude. Okay, so that's 4 or 5. Okay, that's exactly what we want. Okay. So now let's what's this thing called? The array batch. Okay, we want to pass this array to find invalid cards. Not again. What's wrong with this? Okay, what about if we pass B1 though? No, we need another set of parentheses. Oh, dude, I'm so skeptical, man. Like, holy shit, dude. Okay, so that should be the arrays of all the invalids. So that's 2, 4, 5. Yes, I see 4, 5, 3, 2, 5, 7, 9, 5, 3, 7, 5, 7, 6, 0, 1, 1, 5, 3, 8, and then some of the mystery ones, which is 3, 4, 4, 8, 6, 0, 1, and 4, 9, 2. Okay, I think it's working out. Because it found all the invalid credit cards, which all the valids should not be there, and they're not. And only a few of the mystery ones, because not all of them are invalid. Okay, let's pass B1, dude. It should return like the 3 arrays that I put in there. Yep. Okay. So now that we found the invalid cards, now let's well, let's call the ID invalid, and then we put badge inside. So that should give us an array of the... Why does it give us an empty array though? Oh. No. Find invalid cards. Should be the array. Put a badge. We know this returns. Okay, let me cancel log it. Let's just troubleshoot it, dude. We're really close to finishing it up. Like, I know it. Just gotta troubleshoot it. Console log new invalid array. Okay, yeah. Okay, so we know this function is doing all the correct, so now we're just getting stuck in this logic somehow. Ah, I see. Guess I gotta look at the first item, dude. Because I'm just looking at the first credit card, but I should be looking at the first digit of the credit card. Visa, Master. Woo! Holy shit! And we got it. Oh man, that feels good, dude. It feels good. Okay, so the first should be a visa, right? Yep, that's the visa right there. Then we get the MasterCard. Then we get the Amex. Yep. Holy man. Well, ChatGPT, bro, like literally this, bro, that I asked, that probably saved me like hours and hours, dude, of frustration, man. Oh god, it feels good, bro. It feels good. It wasn't that easy, man. It sure was like mad annoying, dude. I mean, that looks good, dude. I'm pretty sure I should have done like a variable, dude, where I could have done like no, because I should have just been array del length -1. I could have called it like last item, and then it will look much cleaner, but I mean, it is what it is. Then I believe I had to do this else if to get the multiplication, though. I don't think there was a way around it. Then I needed to do the sum anyways. Yeah, I think I only simplified it a little bit, not as much. This one, I mean, it looks pretty straightforward. Yeah, dude. Baby. Feels good. It feels good. Holy. You still here, Kaiser? Wanna watch a tech video with me, dude? Let's do the prime time, dude. Let me know if you're still around, though, so we can watch a video together, man. I've been watching way too many videos, dude. I'm trying to look for a funny one, though, for you. I love this guy, dude. He Lofi. Oh yeah, dude. This guy works at Netflix. Dude. He's been at Netflix for like 10 years, man. Like he's freaking smart, dude. I love this guy, dude. Let's watch one that is. Holy fuck. Yeah, dude. bro. Like, yeah, they're like, shit. Let's just call it like the prime time Netflix. Maybe that brings us. There's a few videos where he explains what. Let's do this on what I do on Netflix. All right. I think.
What I worked on for the last few months at Netflix goes a little something like this. Let's first go like this. Let's bring up some Excel draw. I'm trying to explain to people how garbage collection works over there. Let's jump in here. Let's hit them with the grid mode. Let's go back into dark mode. Sorry, dark mode screws up the colors. That's why I don't like to use it. Okay, so if you don't know anything about how streaming works, like say on Twitch or anywhere else, what you're going to do is you're going to have a bunch of these little UDP packets, okay? And then not only are you going to have a bunch of little UDP packets.
I love what Data is doing. I hope Netflix implement their tech. Oh, shit. What kind of tech, though?
Packets. But you're also going to have what is referred to as FEC packets, forward error correction. Now, this may be Reed Solomon. This may be...
Dude, that website, that looks dope, dude. Like, to do diagrams, like block diagrams, like, that looks amazing, man. I should be using it, dude.
Something else. But you get the idea. No, I don't get a free sub. Shut up! Okay, so here we go. So this would be like video right here, right? This would be video. Hey, it's green. I guess we're going with green today. This one right here will be audio. Typically, audio is going to be a singular UDP packet, no forward error correction, all that kind of stuff. There we go. So this happens. This will happen every effectively 1 out of 30 seconds. We'll send a whole bunch of UDP packets. This will happen 1 out of 50 seconds. And yeah, there you go. So that's like the basic of streaming. It's going to use UDP. It's going to use RTMP. It's going to be kind of, you know, your straightforward stuff that you can go look all over there. There's ice, there's stun, there's all the fun stuff. Now, then, of course, there's like back channel communication, right? You got a communication that goes back to your server. This would be like RTCP. What the hell is it called? I can't remember what it's called. I can't remember all these acronyms, but you send little packets back to be like, hey, I got this packet. I got this video packets. I got all these things, so we don't do that. There's RTX. There's re-requesting, retransmission, RTX. So like, say this one you didn't get, or you missed 2, so therefore you technically need 1 more packet, and if you get 1 more packet, you are then able to use a FEC encoding to thus get the last packet inside there. FEC encoding is really simple, just plain old ULP FEC, uneven level protection.
Yo, Kaisen, that's how you know he's a good-ass engineer, man, because I cannot understand anything that he's saying. I just hear like UDP packages, like this, that. I don't know, man. That's how you know they're like the real deal, man.
Forward error correcting is really, really simple. It's just literally the XOR of all the packets together into this one. And so if you miss one, you can just be like, okay, well, just XOR some things together, and boom, you got that guy back out. It's pretty deep.
I wanted to say Sam. Oh man. I mean, but this is amazing, dude. Dude, he's like so freaking funny, dude. He streams on Twitch and YouTube, dude. Like, he's so funny, man.
It's pretty neat stuff, right? Shit. You get the idea of XOR. If you haven't played with XOR, it's pretty cool. And so that would literally be getting out that thing. There's different versions of it. Like I said, Reed Solomon, blah, 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 blah. Anyway, so we have all this data. We're sending it all over the place. And so one thing I built was a program that we called Reggie, which, by the way, Reggie was awesome. Reggie was one of my favorite projects I've ever done. I really, really enjoyed making Reggie, what Reggie did is Reggie. It's named after a very nice character. You may have heard of him. A very upstanding citizen, Reggie Miller. We nicknamed it the most reliable pacer. And so all it did was it followed this thing right here, and I would actually just create all this data based on a 30-second clip and feed it in as fast as I possibly can. And then you know what I'd do? This is the good part. Is that I would actually bypass all of like the playing and everything, and I'd have a sync component I written on the other side in C that would receive all this information and have a huge like calculation and tell us like how much loss we're having, how much we're dropping and all that, except for I'd play it faster than time, faster as possible, right? So I'd be shoving in these packets as fast as possible. And how Reggie effectively worked, which I thought was pretty clever, is that you know, if you don't know anything about a TV, this is effectively what would.
What is he trying to do with that test, dude? Like, see if he can break Netflix or what? Yeah, man. Like shit, dude. I feel like I understand like 5% of what he's saying, dude. That's how you can tell we're like really far away from becoming a software engineer. But what happened, man? We're still like complete noob level. Like from level 1 to 100, we're like 0.001, dude. I think to have stable connection. Oh, okay.
Would happen, or at least Netflix TV, right? Is that you have like the JavaScript layer, right? So we have this nice little JavaScript layer. Then we have this we have the C++ layer, right? And then we have what would be like the partner layer, right? And so the partner layer is, you know, like this is where the TV actually does the TV things, right? So this part, this guy right here is like us taking in all the video and making a video and then going and handing it off to the partner. Then the partner actually puts it on the TV, right? And so we have like some basic what we call like interfaces that we kind of communicate through, and that's just what happens. And so Reggie was written in JavaScript to create all this stuff. And then what I did is I created a fake partner. I created me. I was my own partner, right? And so I had another one, the Reggie Sync. And the Reggie Sync Uwu. And what it would do is it would receive all these packets and keep a bunch of math statistics around. Effectively, it's just a big, giant running dynamic programming where the JavaScript would emit one frame, right? So I would emit one frame. One frame worth of data of both audio and video. And we could put like, I could make it so that it comes in varying amounts, how much effect was going to be happening. All sorts of fun stuff would happen. It would get this one frame. The one frame would then be passed over to Reggie. Reggie would take this one frame and be like, okay, I'm at ID 1. I have, it came at the timestamp of X. That means, and I have this much video buffer, right? I have this much video buffer, right? Y. I have this much audio buffer, right? So I'd have all these stats kind of there. And then what I would do is that I would then query from JavaScript and be like, hey, does Reggie, do you have here? How do I do a little break? I don't know how to do this little break thing. There we go. I would query here and say, hey, what ID are you? What ID are you? And the moment it got 1, which is the one I just sent, I send another frame. And
damn. That sounds, I don't know, man. That sounds impressive, to be honest. Like, how do you even come up with those ideas? Or, like, just by doing it for a while, or I don't know, man. It's just like a completely different way of thinking, dude. Like, my brain doesn't even think like that, to be honest.
I also update the time of the system. I send another message where I update the time of the system, and I just say, hey, let's pretend that we're currently at time, we're at time plus X plus 16.66, or whatever our thing is, right? Whatever the speed is. And so I'd update the time virtually, then I'd send a new frame. Update the time virtually, send a new frame, and we'd accumulate all the stats here. And I just run as fast as I possibly can through this, which means I was running as much data as possible, as fast as we could, to like test out our C++ layer. And not only that, but I could create situations, right? Let's say the internet dipped out for a second. What would happen? What would this layer do right here? Would this layer do all the correct things? We'd do all the required stuff, and it was very, very fun. And so this was kind of like my project right there. This was.
I don't understand outlets, AC, DC. I mean, I guess so. Not an electrician, though. I got my degree in electrical engineering, though. Never worked as an engineer, though. I only got my degree, and then I became a general contractor, dude, and I worked for my family's construction company, but never worked as an electrical engineer. I know a lot of. I mean, we subcontract a lot of electricians, so I have a really good idea of like electrical work, but I don't necessarily do it.
Reggie, the most reliable pacer. Very, very fun. A lot of science went into this one. And so this one, what I could do is I could take the client and just ramrod it as fast as I can, see how much memory is produced and how much stuff is used, and are we overflowing audio? Is audio being handed off properly, or are we not doing the right thing? If audio dips below and we accidentally go to 0, what does the C++ layer do? Does the C++ layer properly queue up enough audio to send it again? Because ALSA, if you don't know about ALSA or a lot of these things, like, they require 20 millisecond chunks. You can't just send 10 milliseconds in. You have to do 20 milliseconds, and each one of these packets are 20 milliseconds. By the way, writing your own opus encoding for silence, or just like a beep, 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 it's really annoying. You know what I mean? It's not a fun task to do. You have to go figure it out and get stuff sent in and make audio actually be audio and all that fun stuff. Because Reggie would also work in real time as well, meaning that I could just send audio and video as fast as I can into a FFmpeg player that's really, really fast. A lot of fun.
Come on, guys, I'll be right back, dude.
It's very, very fantastic. Someone's asking why not send real time, why not do real time, blah, 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 and all this kind of stuff. The reason why it would suck to do anything that's not real time is that you can't test stuff fast enough, right? I want to be able to test every situation, and I want to be able to run CI in under 20 seconds, right? I want to be able to play an hour of video. I want to be able to do that one time where I drop audio. I want to do that one time where I drop video. I want to do that one time where I drop audio a bunch of times. I want to be able to do a whole bunch of different things really, 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 really fast, and it has to work with our system. I don't care about DDS because it doesn't work with our system. You know, I have to make it go through TV and all this fun stuff. You know what I mean? So I have to hack time and make it work within our bounds. I can't just, why would I use something else? You know what I mean? I have to have direct ties into the C++ layer. It has to run directly in JavaScript, right? And so it was a lot of fun. Any backstory and lore? Yeah, the most reliable pacer. That is it. I was watching a documentary that featured Reggie Miller, and Reggie Miller was just a really cool guy. He was like a really nice guy. I liked him. I thought he was pretty cool. And so watching Reggie Miller, and all of a sudden I have to build something that paces packets in, it was just natural to have Reggie Miller, Reggie, right? It was a lot of fun. So that's the first thing we built. The next thing I did was a whole bunch of stuff that involved all of this data that's happening. How do we know, how do we know forward error correction is working?
Look at this comment here from Hello Danny. Like he said, does watching Netflix count as work? Imagine that you work at Netflix and you be watching shows. That would be nice. That would be the dream job, dude.
It was a whole bunch of stuff that involved all of this data that's happening. How do we know, how do we know forward error correction is working in the field? Not theoretically in a made-up situation, but how do we validate that it's working in real time, in real life, on people's computers, right? Are we actually error correcting? Are we actually doing anything correct? Or are we just completely driving blind? And so my next goal was to effectively drive a lot of this area of just okay, how do we know what we're doing right, and how do we know what we're doing wrong? FEC, forward error correction. You can just look it up. It's pretty easy. ULP, forward error correcting, right?
ULP.
There's a whole bunch on this kind of stuff, right? They're very, very simple. There's also Reed Solomon. There's all these other ones, you know. And then, by the way, if someone doesn't like the name Reggie and they don't like basketball, I just tell them that it's named after Reginald Hargreaves of the worst show ever, The Umbrella Academy.
The Umbrella Academy.
It's just a blueprint, or it has
hey, I agree,
implementation?
dude.
Oh, it has implementation.
I agree, man. The Umbrella Academy is weird, dude. I didn't like that show. It could have been one of the best shows in Netflix, dude, but it came out to be freaking weird, dude.
And it was mostly a blueprint. I didn't implement any of the stat stuff. I just simply used the stat stuff, built tools around it, and kind of drove people to do the right stuff. I defined a lot of the status events that are going to be coming off the OCGAs. That's the Open Connected Gaming Machines, right? So our gaming machines, since we're doing RTP, they receive basic statistical things about what's happening. How good is our network? How often is it dropping? How often are we doing this? How often are we doing that? All the kind of just basic stuff. I took all of that and was just okay, here's the stats that I really think are useful. Here's the stats I really think are useful. I like the idea of the Umbrella Academy. It It was a show that could have been made in half the amount of episodes.
I agree.
How do you learn all these things? You just do it.
Nah, I didn't like the people in the show, dude. They were just awkward as hell.
Umbrella Academy could have been made in half the episodes. That's pretty much it. And I think I can't even remember, but Five, the little kid, he was the only likable character. The rest I just found so unlikable. I love your content. Rekindled my love for hobby programming. Nice. Okay, cool. How do you prioritize packets on network failure / hiccups? So that's what we're going to be doing things with, like FEC. FEC should hopefully do it. You also have RTX. RTX does that. But if none of this works, if you're delivering video, at some point, if things aren't working, you just re-deliver what is referred to as an IDR frame. And an IDR frame contains the full video. And so then you start doing the relative frames from there, right? So you just need one big frame if things start falling apart. You know what I mean? Will it be open source? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. So anyways, that's that. And so the stats part, which I've been working on, because a big problem we are having next is that every single time we would do anything as we're just starting to test, how do we know a game failed? How do we know anything went wrong? So I just took all of our data sources and built a rapid triager that would tell us what's failing and where is it failing and who's to blame. Is it the client? Is it the server? Is it the network? Like, what caused the problem? And what was the problem? Because people often would just be like, my game was really bad. Audio was really bad. Video seemed a little chunky. This, right? They'd give us some verbal description, and we'd have to go figure out what the hell happened. So I just take all the data, every last thing, and then just be like, oh, your audio is bad. Yeah, look at your network. Like, look at these network times right here. You totally just chunked out. Are you on the VPN? Oh, you're on the VPN. You're on the VPN, and you're at your house, and you have bad internet. Yeah, that's this. I mean, this makes sense. This is why what happened, right? Like, you know, do that. Yeah, so it was a lot of fun. Like, those kind of things were a lot of fun. And it's fun. Off the project, and I'm on to my next project, which involves React.
Yeah.
But it does involve subverting React.
The face that he was making.
That's pretty cool. I mean, that part's pretty cool.
Holy.
So I'm happy about that one. You know what I mean? It does involve making React become not React, right? And so it was pretty exciting. I'm pretty excited about that part, actually. I actually really like the thing. And guess what? I get to build an LSP for it. So I'm going to be building an LSP. You have to write a lot of Rust. I got to write a lot of JavaScript. Yeah, it's been fun. It's been fun. Anyways, the name. Hey, did you know I work at Netflix again?
This guy. Nah, dude, he's freaking cool, man. You should watch some of his videos, dude. I highly recommend it. Alright, we completed this bullshit. I mean, I'm sorry, not... Alright, I gotta stop saying bad words. You know? We completed this project. Very satisfied. Alright, than expected, but it was good. Alright, let's see what we got here. Wait, what music were you saying, Kaisen? We're saying... Project is the new BS. Wait, you recommended some music, right? Some free copyright music? Lo-fi? Is that free copyrighted? Fuck lo-fi. Wait, how do you pronounce it? Lo-fi or what? I never got striked. So which one did it? Is it like this one? Might get copyrighted though, because that one has like Apple Music and stuff. L of if I. What? Is it this one, dude, or which one? Okay, let me put it slow fuzz. Well, I don't know. Alright, well, let's give it a try then. Alright. How far are we into this career thing, dude? Okay, you want to see like the whole career path? This is the one that I'm doing, dude. So it's like 51 courses together, dude. So it has like web development foundation. So you do like fundamentals of HTML, CSS, developing websites locally, deploying websites on the cloud, improving styling with CSS, making a website responsive. I didn't do this part. It was boring, dude. It was like adjusting, like if you go from mobile to desktop, like, yeah, not what I want to learn though. Well, not yet at least. Then I did the first part of JavaScript, and then this is the one that we're working on. We completed the project, so we're at 96%. And then we do Git and GitHub. We do a portfolio project using JavaScript syntax. Interesting. Then we build websites, I guess, making a website accessible. Another portfolio project. Then we do front-end development. So we're gonna do another part of JavaScript, like part 3, I guess, is gonna get more intense. Then we do async, JavaScript, and HTTP request, web apps, React, part 1, part 2. I'm excited about this because that's what I'm gonna be using. I'm gonna be using like the React library or framework for web applications. It's the most popular one. It was made by Facebook Meta, dude. Then I don't know what this is, Redux. I don't know what it is. Then we do a second part of Git and GitHub. Then a portfolio project. We're gonna do a Reddit client, dude. Nice. And then we do backend development. This is what I would like to do in the future, dude. Well, at least that's what I think now. I don't know. I don't know that much yet. So we're gonna do introduction to backend. JS, user authentication and authorization. That's cool. Backend and feature testing. I don't know what that means. Database basics. Working with databases. Blah blah blah. API development and open API. Oh, I was gonna be open AI. Okay, no, it's an open API. Then we do a portfolio project, dude, e-commerce app. Nice. Then we do full stack. We do connecting front end to back end, deploying web applications, web security fundamentals, data security, common attacks on web applications, fundamentals of operating systems, DevOps fundamentals, portfolio project, and then we do some interview prep. What to expect in a technical interview, linear data structures. I kind of don't want to do data structures on JavaScript, though. I don't know how I feel about that, but it is what it is. Complex data structures, some algorithms, search and graph, search algorithm, search interview skills, another portfolio project, and then I guess they tell me what to do. Maybe they're gonna be like, start applying for jobs, which I'm not gonna be ready to because I want to study more. I mean, after I finish this, then I'm literally just gonna start building projects and practicing data structures to some lead code problems, which they're like challenging as hell. So I can start getting ready for interviews. Which honestly, for what I've read, dude, it's like really hard to get a job right now as a software engineer. But I mean, I think it's just the market, dude. Like I feel like in any field, like it might be like super hard to get a job, dude, because I mean it's just bad, man. It's just the market is bad. Competitive, yeah, hell yeah, dude. This is competitive as hell, especially because I want to go into a good company, man. Because I want to start making money, dude. I make alright money where I work at, so I wouldn't feel good going into like software engineering and making less than what I make right now. So I definitely want to end up in a good, medium, high tech company, dude. I don't want to end up on a shitty one and not make good money. How much was cost of this course? The one that I'm doing is a full stack, right? So this is accounting and billing. Yeah, might not want to see that. Oh yeah, definitely not that. How much do I paid? It was like you can pay it every month or like a year subscription. I think I got mine for like $250, $250 for like a full year. So like $20 a month. But you literally can do a lot of those courses for free though. A lot of them are free. So if you go to catalog, say for example you might want to do JavaScript, right? So you click on JavaScript, say like learn JavaScript, like it's a free course, and you got intermediate, you got beginners, intermediate, TypeScript, React, building websites. See, like all of this is free, dude. Like they have an insane amount of things, dude. But what I pay for, look, oh here it is. See, like what I paid is to like build a career. So it's more like they set up like a syllabus with all the courses in a specific order, what they think is good to learn. So I really like that, man. So I pay for this one, the Pro. Look, it says basic access to free courses. Well, that of course, right? Then you have practice on a mobile app. I never used the mobile app, not gonna lie. You have access to all the courses, quizzes, personalized practice, skill pads, world projects. Then all the landing job, like all the career paths, is only for Pro. Not even Plus has it. So the professionals. Oh yeah, and then also if you pay for it and then you take the exams, you get a certification, dude, from them. So you'd be like, oh, you're like certified for JavaScript or whatever. So I mean, it's not like getting a college degree though, but it's something. And look, dude, that's what it said. I don't know if it's true, but they said, or learn to work at Google, Meta, Apple. Who knows, man? Who knows? I like it, dude. I'm not gonna lie. I enjoyed having a structure like that. You don't need college. I'm definitely not going back to college right now, dude. That's for sure, my man. I like the way that it's organized, dude. And it makes it a little bit easier to practice too. It's much cheaper and more effective. I agree, dude. I was looking at some boot camps, dude. They were like $12,000, and I'm like, yeah, sure, I'm gonna pay for that. I'm like, what a joke, my man. And you get at the end same shit. Yeah, I mean, yeah, dude. Well, I watched a lot of videos of like people who are like self-taught, people who do like boot camps and stuff like that. They were saying how you don't learn actually computer science because you might learn how to use some JavaScript and how to use a framework like React to build like web apps and stuff like that, but you don't necessarily learn like the theory like the computer science, like data structures, like time complexity, space complexity, computer architecture, stuff like that. Because that's what you learn in college, right? But guess what, my man? Guess what? Look what it says here, dude. Computer science, man. I'm doing this one too. This one is all in Python, but look, I'm doing this one too. I completed this, but I deleted some of my progress, but I did all of this except the portfolio project. Look, dude, you do intro to programming, right? You learn like the fundamentals of Python and whatnot. Then I did data structures. Then you do algorithms. You do tracing graphs, which are like complex data structures. Databases like SQL. Computer architecture, math for computer science, and the interview preps. So guess what, my man? I'm still gonna learn it, dude. That's what I want to skip. Like, that's why I want to take shortcuts, man. I want to do it right, dude. Because once I go to a job, dude, I want to know what I'm doing, man. I just don't want to BS it. Cause like I say, man, I already make like decent money. So if I'm gonna go to a job, I don't just want to BS my way there and just like stay at the same position forever, dude. I want to get there, man. Know what I'm doing, bro. Get better. Get some promotions fast. Look for another job. But why not, dude? But I'm not gonna get stuck, dude. Okay, let's get back to it. Once you're ready to move into a full-time make switch back-end development. Yeah, I mean that's the plan, dude. That's the plan, my man. Okay. Challenge project, dude. A mysterious organism. This project is slightly different than others you have encountered thus far in a Code Academy. Instead of... Okay. No, we don't want to read this. Okay. Enter 59,000 junior, 57 senior. Oh, entry 59, junior 57, mid 66, senior 71. Not bad, man. I think they paid a little bit more here, though. I think like, well, at least here in California, Silicon Valley, I think it's like 70 to 80,000 for like an entry job, like 100 for mid and like 140 to 200 for like senior. But it's so expensive here too, though. Okay, you're part of a research team that has found a new mysterious organism at the bottom of the ocean near hydrothermal vents. Your team names are the organism, I cannot even pronounce, and finds that it is only comprised of 15 DNA bases. The small DNA samples and frequency at which it mutates due to the hydrothermal vents make P-acre an interesting specimen to study. However, blah blah blah, cannot survive above sea level, and locating in the deep sea is difficult and expensive. Your job is to create objects that simulate the DNA for your research team to study. As you progress through the steps, use the terminal and console log statements to check the output of your loops and functions. Alright. Bro, I might have a friend, dude, that was making like $270,000 within like 5-6 years of coding, dude. I might have a friend that is making that. So like the potential is insane, bro. But you get, like, that's what I'm saying. You gotta know what you're doing, man. Because I might be maybe like the top 10, top 1% of like software engineers that get those promotions, start making that money, dude. I want to be one of those, man. I'm just a little bit scared with AI though, but it just feels like it's just gonna be like it's gonna be like a new tool to be a much more effective and efficient software engineer though. So I'm not too scared though. Take old man advice, find coding community. Oh yeah. That's what Kaisen, that's what I'm doing this, bro. I wanna make myself public that I want to get a job in this, and then maybe I start joining like how I did it to Web3, you know? Maybe I start joining some Discord communities. I might do a little bit of open source, go to like coding events in person, why not, dude? Cause yeah, man, like you said, it's all about networking, dude. Okay. Yeah. Look over the sorry code. There are two helper functions: return rand base and what is that? Return. Okay, returns a random DNA base. So we have DNA bases is an array with strings ATCG. So this one generates math random times 4. So that generates a random number from 1 through 4. I mean, from like 0, 2, 3, pretty much. So it's gonna pick one of those. It's gonna pick one of those elements. This function says returns a random single strand of DNA containing 15 bases. Okay. So it's gonna return something like this, but with like 15 entries though. Okay. And how does it generate that? So you have a lookup strand, constant new strand. So you have a for loop that loops 15 times, and every time you're pushing return rand base. Oh, and every time you're pushing one random letter from here, from the DNA bases. So every time you call a random function to give you one of these letters, so you're gonna get 15 random letters at the end of the function. Okay, we got this part. Okay, since you need to create multiple objects, create a factory function. I don't know what's that, but we are gonna create a function. Okay, that has two parameters. Okay, the first parameter is a number. Okay, so the first parameter is a number, so we're gonna call it num, and the second parameter is an array of 15 DNA bases. Okay, so that's our function, dude. Now we gotta implement the logic. Looking good so far. Okay, since you need to create okay, should return an object that contains the properties. Okay, so it's gonna return an object though. Okay, so maybe we got to set up an object. Let object equal, then it contains the properties. Gonna put num for now. I don't even know if that's true. And then contains the properties, specimen, num, and DNA. Okay, that's just for now though. We might need to do some changes. So we gotta return something like this. We gotta return an object that is something like that. So return object. Okay. You also add more methods to these return object in later steps. So return an object that contains the properties, specimen, nom, and DNA that corresponds to the two parameters. Okay, no, it actually is the way that that's correct. Okay. So that's what this function is. It's just like initializes an object. Okay, so we just initializing an object. So the DNA is gonna be letters like that, right? And the specimen nom is gonna be like some sort of an array with some lists with some numbers, like an ID number for the specimen. I don't know. Okay. Okay, so your team wants to simulate, I don't know how to pronounce these, acres, I don't know, high rate of mutation change in its DNA. To simulate a mutation in factories, return object add the method mutate is responsible for randomly selecting a base in the object's DNA property and changing the current base to a different base, then mutate will return the object's DNA. For example, if the randomly selected base is the first base and it's letter A, the base must be changed to T, C, or G, but it cannot be A again. Okay. To simulate a mutation, add the method mutate Wait, is mutate an actual method in? So do I? How do we do a method? Is that like I gotta set up another function, right? Something like constant. No. I'm gonna look at the hint though. At the floor, DNA. You can also use return rand base to generate random base to make sure the current base and the generated base are not the same. So I have a function, then I initialize the object. Oh, the method is inside the object though. I see. Wait, is that right? Say hello function. Say hello. Okay. Return. You know what? I always get confused by these things, dude. There should be a video, right, with the solution. Nope. Like, to me, a method just sounds like doing another freaking function and I just mutate the object, dude. But I'm pretty sure what he means is like, I do the method inside the function and I mutate and I return, right? But that's the part that gets me confused. It says to simulate a mutation in factory's returned object, add the method mutate. Okay, the method mutate. So maybe mutate function. Mutate function. Okay, mutate function, and then I add the logic in there. Okay, so I add the logic there. This one. Mutate is responsible for randomly selecting a base in the object's DNA. For randomly selecting a base in the object's DNA property and changing the current base to a different base, the mutate will return the object's DNA. So that function should be something like, so you just gotta mutate, right? Pretty much selects the first base. I don't know. What is that supposed to mean? 10 what? Holy. So mutate that function, right? So DNA array contains, I mean, of course it's an array. It should be something like, I gotta call it like object.DNA. 10 mutations. So I have DNA. So is it something like okay, so I initialize this. I have DNA as an array, then I do a mutate function, right? I'm confused, man. Alright, let's look at the documentation later. So we have an object, then we set up a method, then we do object property, an object prototype. Something like DNA. No, let's not call it DNA. base. We have base. Maybe we do. Maybe we gotta. Wait, do we return once we do this? Oh, we just execute the code, right? Do you even return that? As accessing the method, my object. I'll return my object. Should have paid more attention when I was learning the objects. Kind of forgot how to do these things. So maybe. So no, we know base is gonna be an array. So we gotta say if base 0. Well, we gotta call. Then we gotta call this function to generate a random base for us. Once we call it, we compare it to the first base in the DNA object. Then if they're not, then if they're the same, then we gotta mutate until we don't get the same, until they're not the same. I just don't think I'm supposed to do this on the same object though, because I'm initializing, right? Then I call it function. Like, why would I? Sounds dumb to what I'm doing. It sounds wrong, dude. It doesn't sound like I'm doing the right thing. Mutate function base. Should be something like if return run base equal to object that DNA equal to object that DNA, then no. Okay, if it's not equal, if they're not equal, then I want to set up object that DNA. Shit, man. No. Fuck. I'm confused. I don't know what I'm doing. Let's read it again. Mutate is responsible for randomly selecting a base in the object's DNA property and changing the current base to a different base. The mutate will return the object's DNA. For example, if randomly selected base is the first base and it is 8. For example, if randomly select the first base it is 8, the base must be changed to T0G, but it cannot be A again. And then it says return base contains a method for selecting a random element in an array using mathflow and mathrandom. You can use the return rand base to generate a random base, but make sure that the current base and the generator are not the same. You can test this method by creating an instance of P or whatever and checking that its DNA changes after calling mutate on itself. Okay, I'm saying if I return base not equal to that, and I want to set up object.dna 0 equal to return and base else I mean that's only gonna but what about if they're equal though? They're equal, I gotta do it again. Do like a while loop? So they're not equal. So maybe this is a while loop instead of a loop statement. While return database return brand base check that DNA and then return. That's how I make sure they're not the same, right? Because if they're the same, that's gonna be a false. It's gonna break. No, I'm so confused. I gotta chat GPT. Here I go, my man. I need some help, dude. Help me. All right, we thought about this for quite a while though, so we're not really shooting. Okay, so we have a function, then we have DNA mutation, and then we have random index, constant current base, that DNA, let new base equal to current base, while new holy. Okay. So we don't need to do that because we already have a function built for us. That pretty much just picks a random one. Okay, so we gotta save the current base, which will be like the first index on the DNA. And we gotta do this, which I believe is like the same as class. That's a self in Python. Okay, so we say count current base. Okay, now we said the new base equal to current base. What? Okay, the new base different from current base. So new base equal to current base. Oh, okay. I see. So current base is gonna select the random index from DNA, which is which we can just okay. So I don't need to do this. Okay, so I kind of have this in a way. Then I have a while loop that checks if new base equal to current base. Okay, so this is only gonna, this is checking if they're the same, right? And if they're the same, then we wanna go into the while loop and generate a random letter so that we don't have the same base. Then it says update the DNA with the new base. So it'd be like this.dna equal to this.dna substring 0 that random index plus new base plus this DNA. Oh god. Okay. Just a function. The function doesn't have a parameter. Oh yeah, we don't need a parameter, right? Which is okay. I don't even think we can use a parameter here. Okay, so that should be like this, that DNA, not object. So we said return random base. Yep. Okay, so we're looping, right? And then we said return random base not equal. I don't know about this, I guess I gotta loop at least, I gotta make sure it's a random at least one time, dude. Because I'm afraid that if I generate something right away, oh, I think I have to generate it first, huh? Yeah. Gotta generate the random, the new, gotta generate the new mutation, the new base first. Return. Okay. So I said if while new base equal to that this DNA. Okay, that's new base return. Okay, so I go into the function, I generate a new base which is going to be one of the DNA letters ATCG. Then once I get one of them, I'm gonna check if my DNA sequence, if the first item in my DNA sequence is equal to new base to the new random generator, which would be this case, then I gotta then I have to generate another. And I gotta do it again until I don't. Okay. So maybe I just don't need to do much. I don't know. Dude, oh my god, man. Not. Can you do pass here? Okay, so I have new base equal to this DNA 0. So this while loop is gonna make sure we're looping until they're not the same. Okay, well, I know what I need to do after the while loop, right? That's where I need to okay, so we have the while loop, so it's gonna keep on generating random bases until they're not the same. Okay, I see. Because I'm on the while loop, then I need to make sure. Okay. I just gotta keep on generating random letters until they're not the same. And once they're not the same, then I just add it straight into the into the new DNA. So what do I say? Like something like this, that DNA, this, that DNA index 0 equal to new base, and then I return object. Wait, do you even? Okay, so I finish the while loop, right? That's when I know that I have generated a new base that is not equal to the first item. And I exit the while loop. And then I want to assign here. So yeah, so that's this, that DNA, the first index or the first item. Then we'll set up to the new base. Then at the end of the function we return object. Okay, so okay, how can we test it? How can we test this? Okay, so maybe we want to use the function, the factory function. What's the number? Let's just put a 1. And then we want an array, which is going to be a markup strength. Markup strength type. That should generate an object, right? Let's pass in the num. Okay, so console download. How would that work? Like, is that something like this? The DNA. Is that how I call the object? How do I call the object? I know I return an object from this function, right? Oh, maybe. No. Let the new obj equal to this. New obj. Okay, well that returns something, so it generated the new object, but I guess what I want to see is, okay, let me do this. Let me initialize something else. DNA1 equal to, wait, but that's gonna be the same thing as slice somewhere. Like, it kind of messes with your rate. Okay. Let's console logged. I just want to know if we're changing the first base, so we're actually doing what it's asking us to do. DNA1. That's a comma right there. No, it returns the same base, dude. It's the same thing. let's just change the first item, right? God, it's so confusing, dude. Let me do this because this shit is. Just make sure it doesn't happen like the same thing that happened on the other one, where you like reference the array and it mutates and it changes the whole thing. I don't want to go through that again. No, it keeps returning the same thing though. Is it actually? It's not change. Oh, because I'm not calling the function though. Yeah, that's what I'm doing wrong though. I gotta mutate, right? I gotta call the method. I see. Maybe then if I do console dot log new obj that mutate that DNA, and that should change this undefined. Do I gotta call it as a function? No. Okay, well maybe I mutate first and then I just mutate and then I call and then I console log it. I don't know. Doesn't sound right though. Then mutate. Then console log new object that DNA. Doesn't do anything. Let's get rid of this. Okay, so we said, let's look at the mutate function though. Because that should definitely do something, right? What happens if I put parentheses when I co-mutate? Does that do something different? Oh, that changed. Okay. Why can't I just do this then? Why can't I just code that mutate? What's wrong with that? Why can I do that? Why do I have to mutate first and then call it just undefined? Well, I don't know, but I think it's doing it though. I think it's mutating now. Cause look, we called new object DNA, right? So it's gonna give us an array with the DNA of the organism, whatever. And then we are gonna mutate. By mutating, we're just changing the first letter in the DNA sequence. And then we print the new DNA sequence. So the first letter should be different, which it is. Because on the original one we have 8. On the mutation we have G. Yep. Wait, why is it? Okay. It is random then. Alright. Okay, I think we got this part. Then you say your research team wants to be able to compare the DNA sequence of different. I'm just gonna call it P then. You have to add a new method, compare DNA, compare DNA to the return object of the factoring function. Compare DNA has one parameter, another P object. The behavior of compared DNA is to compare the current P's DNA with the past in P DNA and compute how many bases are identical in the same locations. Does not return anything but prints a message that states the percentage of DNA of the two objects have in common, using the specimen num to identify which P objects are being compared. For example, shoot, man, what is this? Okay, example 1 and example 2 only have the third element in common. Okay, so this is the object that we generate, right? Which is probably even before mutation. But to be able to compare the DNAs, okay, so this is we don't even have to call mutation for this part. We just get the random DNA sequence. Then we're gonna set up a method. We're gonna set up a method to compare another generated DNA sequence, and we're gonna calculate the percentage. We're gonna calculate and then it says the behavior of compared DNA is to compare the current piece, the current DNA with the past DNA to compute how many bases are identical and in the same locations. Compared DNA does not return anything, but prints a message that states the percentage of DNA the two objects have in common. Use the specimen num to identify which objects are being compared. For example, what is num, dude? I thought num was like a random one. Okay, well, let's just get to okay, so that's mutate. You end here. We're gonna put a comma, and then we are going to so now we gotta do compare DNA. Compare DNA function. And this. Jesus Christ. Okay, so we're gonna call it compare DNA that has one parameter, another. There's one parameter, another object. So obj1. There's one parameter, obj1. Okay, I might have an idea. This is all confused, man. Is there any sort of help here to do? man, I'm gonna cheat a little bit. I'm kind of done with this project. Okay, so it should just be so we're gonna pass another object diff p passing. Okay, so compare DNA, we put other p, I don't know how to pronounce that, man. So that's gonna be an object which is gonna have the same properties as the other one, which is specimen num DNA, and I guess you could have the mutate function as well. Then we're gonna set a variable, initialize the variable to 0, then we are going to loop through the object's DNA and compare both elements from both DNA sequence and increase the identical basis. That's how we calculate the percentage. Okay. I guess it's like older diff p. Man, okay, let same letter 0. We're gonna say if, hold on, we gotta set up a for loop for let I equal to 0, I less than this DNA that length. They said DNA that length. For let I equal to 0, then I less than this that DNA that length. That's just the size of the array, so we can loop through it. Plus plus. Yeah, this shit is like making me fall asleep, dude. I need some action, man. I need some hardcore free copyright music, dude. I need some hi-fi music, dude. Okay. So now that we're looping through this, we gotta set up an if statement. Too loud. So we gotta set up an if statement. So now we're gonna say, if this that DNA index I. Yeah, you still here, but you're like hardcore, Kaizen. I thought you were asleep already, my man. This that DNA I equal to if p that DNA. Alright, if they're the same, I want to increment the counter of same letter. Plus plus, increment the counter. Then after I finish the for loop, I want to return the percentage. So let percentage equal to. Okay, so to get the percentage, I need to. I believe I don't know how to do percentage. Okay, of course that I know, man. There'll be same letter over this DNA, that length over this DNA, that length times 100. That should give us the percentage times 100, and then we return percentage. Oh, and then we count the log. Specimen. Okay, this is what they want. Specimen 1 and specimen 2 have how do you do this thing like this, right? Percentage DNA in common. I guess the real question is, how do I test it though? Yeah, I'm not challenging myself. You got me messed up. I'm not doing those extra items. Okay, I think I completed this part, but how do I test it though? Okay, new object that mutate, then maybe new obj that per DNA. Diff let diff obj equal to pa factory to backup strength new object compared DNA. Well, I don't even want to mutate anymore. Maybe I want to log the diff obj.dna, and then want to compare. And I want to compare the percentage. I mean, just so I can see the percentage. Okay, let's run it. Damn. Maybe I'm not so bad at this. Okay. Well, how many letters are different though? Let me print counter, which has same letter in common. I just want to see how many letters we're getting though. One letter in common. Okay, so G, T, T, G, C. Okay, that's one letter in common. Yeah, that one was letter in common. There's two letters in common. Let's get it, baby. Alright. Okay, another function, dude. Whew. Another freaking method. Wait, what? Oh yeah. So what's the other method that it's asking for? Okay. Chance of survival if their DNA is made up of at least 60% C or G bases. In return, objects in another method will likely survive. Returns true if the object's DNA array contains at least 60% of C or G. Otherwise, okay. That one seems kind of easy though. But can I be so sure, man? Because this thing be trolling the shit out of me. Will likely survive. That's will likely survive function. We shouldn't take any parameters because we're just looking at the DNA. The DNA. So okay, so let's just let's do another counter, dude. Let counter CG. Let's just initialize it. And we're gonna loop through the DNA. We're gonna loop through the DNA sequence. I less than this the DNA of length plus okay, so we wanna loop, and if it's either C or G, then we just increase the counter. If this the DNA index I equal to letter C. How do you do OR statements here? Is it like this? Or this DNA I equal to letter G, then we just increase the counter. Then we counter CG plus plus. Then it says to return, right? Okay, so then we say return. We're gonna log it and we're gonna return it, just so we can troubleshoot it. Well, let's do it. So we gotta calculate the percentage. So let percentage equal to the percentage CG. The percentage CG equal to counter CG over over this DNA length times 100. I'm just gonna do another if statement, dude. I know I could do cleaner and maybe like do the whole logic here, but I'm cool. I'm just gonna do it here. If percentage CG greater at least 60%, so that should be greater or equal to 60. Then we return true. Else we just return false. Else we return false. Return false. I mean, let's just log it, dude. Well, let's not. We don't even have to log it. I just wanna. Well, I'm just gonna log the console log, the percentage. Get rid of this. Oh, so messy, my man. Okay. Return object. What's wrong with that? Because we're returning him. Return object. Why is it giving me an error though? Did I delete a semicolon? Why is it giving me an error to do? Like, I cannot return in the method? I can, right? It says line 53, return object. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with this? Unexpected token return. Ah. Should be outside of this. Should be outside of the for loop. I don't know if that matters though, but I don't understand, man. Why is it giving me this BS? It's because I cannot return inside of a method. I'm just gonna console log data true into if it works. Still the same thing though. I mean, what's different about this one that it's giving me an error? Okay, so it says line 53, return object. Line 53, return object. Oh. Jesus Christ. Wait, is it? You see that I'm mixing another semicolon, dude? That should be the semicolon of object. And that should be of the function. Jesus Christ. Okay, now I can return, right? How we want it. Okay, so this is for the function. Okay. That's for return the object. Okay, so maybe we want to. Maybe we just do a new object, right? Like we already new obj dot. What's it? Likely survive. Let's not do this right now. Let's not compare to DNA. 46.66. Okay, I'm gonna print it. Console.log. Object likely survive. True. False, true. There you go. Oh, dude, that was hard, man. Some of these projects, man, they made him hard, dude. Okay, but we got it to work, dude. Alright. Alright, I'll go pee, be right back. Oh, what? I muted my mic? I wonder how long it was muted. Hopefully not for long. I'm not gonna lie, dude. I've been sweating, man. Like, I've been trying hard, dude. Like, those two projects were not easy, man. They kind of challenged me. I'm not gonna lie, but it's cool. It's cool. I like it. Can't complain. It feels good to be streaming again, dude. It feels really good. I missed it. It's been like quite a while, dude, since I streamed. Especially, I mean, I don't know. I like this that I'm doing. I like this, dude. Because I'm streaming. I'm learning. I'm documenting myself as I learn. I don't know. It feels like it's a win-win. Okay, review JavaScript syntax part 2. In this unit, you learn more JavaScript syntax. Congratulations. The goal of this unit was to continue introducing you to JavaScript. You learn about more data types like arrays and objects, and you also learn how to debug JavaScript programs. Having completed this unit, you're now able to read and write JavaScript syntax for arrays, loops, objects, and iterators. Debug JavaScript code and parse error messages. Solve code challenges related to the newly learned syntax. Blah blah blah. If you're interested in learning more about these topics, there are some additional resources. Professional debuggers. I don't know, man. It's ChatGPT, dude. It's all ChatGPT, my man. All right. Introduction, Git and GitHub Part 1. See what you'll be learning in the Git and GitHub Part 1 unit. The goal of this unit is to introduce you to the Git versioning technology. Understanding Git is a crucial tool in your developer toolkit. But don't worry if it doesn't stick right away. Practice is crucial with Git, which is why we are introducing it early in the path. Additionally, you'll understand how to take the repositories on your computer and put them online with GitHub. Having your work on GitHub will be important when you apply for jobs. And crucial to that will be having a solid readme.md. I don't know what MD stands for. After this unit, you'll be able to version control projects using Git, backtrack in Git, host a code base online using GitHub repositories, use Markdown to author a Git readme.md file. You'll put all this knowledge into practice with an upcoming portfolio project. You can complete the portfolio project either in parallel with or after taking the prerequisites content. Content is up to you. Learning is social, blah blah blah. Okay, you're gonna watch the video, dude. I like this. No.
Hey everyone, I'm Chris from Codecademy, and in this video, we'll be talking about the power of Git and GitHub, and we'll see some examples of them being used in projects. So what is Git? Git is what we call a version control system, which allows you to track and manage changes to all types of files. It's primarily used for allowing groups of developers to work collaboratively on large software projects, but it can also be used by small teams or even solo developers. This is accomplished by managing the evolution of a set of files. Instead of managing each file individually and sharing it manually with your team, you can use a repository which contains a collection of files and version information for a project. This repository tracks all changes made to the files, building a history over time. Why use Git? Git is all about efficiency. One of the biggest advantages of Git is its branching capabilities. A branch is a way to keep a new feature or modification separate from the main project. It contains a different version of the files, which include any changes made after it was created from the project code.
Let's speed it up, homie.
As soon as a repository is created, a main branch is generated. From there, one can work on code and track their work with commits. However, another member can also branch out from a specific point in the repository's history and work on their own code. This leaves the main project intact and isolated from any experimental code that someone's working on. When you use Git and GitHub together, you gain access to a whole array of collaboration abilities by being able to put code up for review and even adding in automated testing. Git is not only great at managing different workspaces for team members, but it's also very efficient for reviewing completed code. Once code is ready for review, a user can create what's called a pull request. A pull request is essentially a dedicated forum for discussing proposed changes in a soon-to-be merged branch. Not only does this make it easier for project leads to keep track of changes, but it also lets developers initiate discussions around the work before integrating it with the rest of the codebase. Now what about GitHub? If you've heard about Git before, then you've likely also heard about GitHub. GitHub is a website and cloud-based service that hosts Git repositories. While Git is a command line tool, GitHub provides a web-based graphical interface with many of its own added features for easier navigation and collaboration with projects. Now let's take a look at how Git and GitHub can be used within a project. Let's start by looking at an example of a small Python project. We could be invited to work on this project by other team members, we could have been linked to this project online, or we could have even started this on our own. In any case, once we're on the GitHub page for the project, we click on Code and copy the cloning link. When installing Git, depending on the operating system, you could access it directly from the terminal or command prompt, but in this case, I'm going to use the Git Bash application which came with it. Now, to actually have the code from the repository on our system, we need to navigate to a location where we want the repository to be cloned to, using a combination of ls to list the directories and cd to change directories. Then we'll use the command git clone in the link we copied. So use cd, documents, then ls to view the directories here, and I'll change directories again into projects. Now I'll use git clone and the link we copied, and enter.
Alright, well, let's try that. Let's do let's try that. Let's use git. How did he made it bigger though? Oh, there we go. Okay, let's try it. I want to cd into desktop slash code. Okay, I'm here. Then we're gonna do. We're just gonna make a directory, dude. I'm gonna call it git clone rep. Just gonna call it clone rep. Okay, now let's cd into clone rep. Okay, I'm actually gonna look for this. I'm actually gonna look for that repository too. Let's try it. Oh, what's it called? Chris what? Okay. GitHub. What's the name of the repository, dude? God damn it. Tequila. Git example. Whatever, man. Let's. It doesn't even matter, man. I'm just gonna look into any repository. We'll look at the prime gen, dude. I'm gonna copy some of his code. Prime gen GitHub, dude. Let's look into the harpoon one. Code. I copy the repository. Then how did he do it here? So he went git clone. Okay. Git clone and then just paste the URL. How do you paste? Shift. Okay, how do you paste here? What's LNS it? Oh, shift insert. I don't know how to paste here. What? Why is it not pasting? Oh, there you go. Cloning. Let's go, baby. I'm cloning the cloning the repository, dude. Holy, that's a massive file. Why is it taking forever to clone it?
At this point, it may ask you to log in, but once the command completes, we'll have a new directory in the system containing the contents of the repository. So we can use ls and see that git example exists. And we'll change directories into that. We can see the files within git example, which right now is message.py.
Okay, let's look it up. Let's look it up. Let's go, dude. I cloned the first repository, dude. Let's go. It feels good. It feels good. All right. Let's look what's inside. Let's see theme to harpoon. So we have license, make file, readme. Well, let's cd into Lua. Let's cd into harpoon. How can I? Okay, let's try this. Let's open it in VS Code. Oh man, look at that, dude. Okay, let's make it bigger. Let's go, dude. Let's freaking go, man. Okay, this is Lua. That's the Primogen code. Whatever. That's his repository for his harpoon for NeoBim extension, dude. Isn't it? It's his harpoon extension for NeoBim. I'm just learning how to use Git. So I clone his repository, and now I'm looking at his files, dude. Let's freaking go, man. Okay, let's go back to the terminal. Let's go back. Oh, it opens a new VS Code. So is that like a text file, dude? The readme.emd? Well, no, it looks like it has some code. I don't know what it is. Getting you where what you want with the fewest keystrokes. Okay. This is not fully baked, though, used by several people. If you experience any issues, see some improvement, you think it would be amazing. We just have some feedback for Harpoon or me. Make an issue, okay? The Primogen! Let's go, dude. I love this guy, man. That's my favorite YouTuber, dude. My man, dude. Oh, the telescope, too? Let's go. I'm gonna set up my NeoBim on stream maybe like next weekend. I did pretty much everything. I just couldn't do the LSP though. I couldn't get the LSP to work when I was setting up NeoBim, dude. Okay. Wait, what's LE? Oh no, that's just a name. That's just a file.
Now we could directly modify the files and push changes to the repository, but that's a bad practice, especially if other people are working on it at the same time. To avoid this, let's create a new branch. The command git checkout -b in the branch name creates a new branch and switches to it at the same time. So
you did good. Git checkout
-b, and we'll call it print changes.
Wait, what?
It's a bad practice, especially if other people are working on it at the same time. To avoid this, let's create a new branch. The command git checkout -b in the branch name creates a new branch and switches to it at the same time. So let's do that. Git checkout -b, and we'll call it print
changes. Switch to a new branch. Print changes. Well, when I create a new branch, it's not gonna be on his repository, right? It's not gonna be on mine. Well, it's probably. Well, if he's gonna do it on his, I probably don't even have permission. But let's try it. Yeah. Oh, this. My bad. Just want to be able to. Well, let me clear the screen. Okay, now let's move it up a little. Okay, so it was get checkout b print changes, switch to a new branch. Okay.
Now that we're in the new branch, let's make a change to the message Python file. I'll use the nano editor and add in another print statement, but you don't have to use the terminal for that, and you can edit in any other program or IDE. So I'll use nano message.py.
Nano message.py. Wait, do I even have a nano installed on my... Nano... The readme.md. Oh, what the heck? Wait, is nano like comes with Git? Yo, this is amazing, dude. What the heck? Alright, how do we exit? We just press cap. Wait, how do I'm gonna exit. How do I exit? Save modified. No. Okay, I'm back in it. Alright, let's look at this repository.
And I'll add in another print statement.
This is a new message. Okay.
And let's also add a file to the repository. To do this, we first need to create a new file in the same directory as our cloned repository. So I'll use nano for that as well.
Print this is a new file. Can you use like the touch command out to create a new file?
Now to add in the new file to the repository and to add in the changes that we made to message.py, we can either use the commands git add and the file name for each file, or we can use git add and the period character to add in all of the new files and changes. Now to confirm that the changes have been made to a branch and that the new file was added, we can use the command git status. And this will show that we've modified message.py, that we've created within that new branch. Add in review choose that come up, which see that a review is required.
Alright, man. I think I'm kind of tired for today, man. It was a good day, dude. We practiced a lot. It was a good day overall, man. Just gotta call it early, cause sheesh, like those freaking problems, man. Like that shit, that was tough, man. Like the last 10% of the JavaScript part, that wasn't that easy, man. Those projects like really got the best out of me, dude. Alright, Kaiser, I'm about to call it, man. Thank you for joining, dude. Appreciate it, my man. I think I'm gonna be on. I'll probably be on tomorrow. I'm not gonna lie. Either tomorrow or Saturday, dude. But I'll be on for sure. Cause I just gonna keep the grind going, dude. I don't want to slow it down, dude. Cause once we finish doing these courses, I want to start building stuff. That's when it's gonna get more fun, because I'm gonna have the tools to like start doing good projects and just interacting with you guys. Like right now, it's just me like trying hard, like trying to focus as much as possible. Because there's like a lot of concepts that I need to learn, but it's all good. All right, guys. See you guys either tomorrow or Saturday. GG.